Good morning. Happy Friday. All right, let's get into it. Let's see here. We'll just start from right to left. You should have your journal sheet ready with you. I'm gonna grab mine. Okay. I'm gonna start with today's date. So today is Friday, um, June 5th, and I'm trying to do two things with one hand. Give me a second here. Okay. So as I'm writing down the date, I'm just taking into account. So there's two things. There's like mental mindset stuff that I do with each thing. So Fridays we think about how far we've come. Purpose is to protect our profit, and Fridays we don't want to give back our profit. We want to be very intent. Of course, every day, right? But we want to be intentional about making sure that we're not trying to make up for what we felt we had lost during the week. Right off the bat, I can tell you right here, excuse me, pre market, we have a 4 hour gap down here. Um, let's see how far is that away from where we are right now. Let me see. So right now we're at 7:30. Oh, it's quite a bit of a drop, but it's down there. Okay. All right, we are doing good on time. Came in exactly at 6. Okay, so Friday. We're not. We're Fridays. The institutions usually like to get in and out. So within the first half an hour to an hour, if the move has already happened, and just accepting like if we missed it, we missed it. Point blank. Period. And just be okay with coming back in fresh for Monday. So June 2nd. I also like to put my starting balance. Just go in here on my spreadsheet. So keeping in mind that we want to protect that. Let's go get the economic calendar. I'm going to refresh it. Friday, so 5:30 we had non-farms payroll and unemployment rate came in just a little bit lower than what was forecast, but of course we want this number to be small, right? It's been just about the same every month for the past couple months. Non-farm payrolls came in higher, significantly higher than what was forecast. Average earnings are up 0.3%. Participation rate, average hourly week, average weekly hours is about the same. Government payrolls, ooh, bit of a jump there. Manufacturing payroll went up. Car prices year over year, up quite a bit there. Okay, so I just need to make sure to bring you guys back to this tab. And so I'm just going to put 5:30. I say this at the beginning of every um, morning that we want to put so what it is, because some days you do trade, some data you do trade that better. I'm still kind of waking up. I'm not even gonna lie. Some mornings I already did my unemployment rate, my exercise, but that was not today. Unemployment rate, and we're gonna work on that. I need to work on my. Okay, so then let's just go and look at the levels now. So pre-market, let's just start from right to left here. I've said this before. These levels, so this is good. We have some type of bearish momentum that formed. Uh, we are below this level. I like to see that in terms of previous day high, previous day low. Excuse me. We might have a little bit of fire stepping over here, but I do like that we're below here. Um, Meaning that we're outside of this circulator zone, right? So let's just kind of drill down quickly. Let's see. 1 hour. Okay. I've been noticing that with my indicator, if we have something set up pre-market, like we do here, they're going to try to satisfy these levels when the market opens during market hours. So let's just continue to I want to solidify that area just a little bit more. I've only noticed it for about like a week and a half. And so let's just finish out the month of June, testing to see if that's something that really does pan through. Of course, there's probabilities, and percentages, like maybe if we say 80% or something like that. But we haven't observed this pattern enough for us to make it like, okay, when market opens, we're just going to jump into puts. But let's just go ahead and observe it. 1 hour time frame, pre-market, is there a difference between post-market and pre-market? So pre-market, they're going to try to hit these levels and try to go for 100%, which is right here. And then I've been learning to just kind of eyeball the 30-minute too. We have confluence here in terms of bearish setup. Below VWAP and below the fast. EMAs and below the 200s. So definitely have, you know, that snowball effect happening there. 15 minute. Mm, Same thing on the 15 minute, below the 200s, below the below level, below VWAP, below the fast CMAs. Have a healthy retest happening here. And I don't have anything that kind of lets me know we'll be consolidating in that zone, at least not yet. Let's go down to the 5 minute. Okay, so we have this 5 minute zone that we can look for some momentum here. Okay, so here on the 4 hour, excuse me, we're below this level. So we opened above VWAP here. I don't like that. That happened yesterday with this one, but 1 hour on QQQ, and again, we have to be willing to pivot. I think one of the best things I'm going to do is be prepared for both sides versus like going in with a bias. So, what I'm trying to say is, so yes, it's good that we're below this level here, but I think I'm just careful with the double, um, the slow EMAs here. And we do have this gap that looks like it's going to try to fill, but I think realistically, so here, where what? This is for 7, what kind of is this here? 7:30. This is a $10 move. Plus we have this strong buy-in level right here. I mean, if we get it today, then hey, shoot, it's down there. Okay. Same thing we saw on SPY. We're below the 200s. We're below the fast. We were bearish pre-market, you know, in spite of all the data, right? Um, this would be the next bounce level here. That's only 30 minute. 30 minute and 15 minute, I kind of, this is also pre-market. So let's just see for QQQ, they're going to try to satisfy these levels when the market opens. I don't know who these early entry people are, but there's something to be said. So they're gonna try to. I'm gonna mark this because I have a feeling this is gonna happen fairly quickly. I'm gonna just mark it because I want to see, and then we'll delete it after. Well, the 100 level is right here, which is not far away. They might hit it before market open. But let's just. I want to see how it engages with it because. Hey, where's my little plus sign? I just want to see. I think it was I had already selected it as well. So let's just mark it for 100%. And today's date because I don't want to keep that line on there and then later I'm like, what does it mean? Not has that happened to me before? So today's 6/5, not 6/7. The 15%. And 15%, I mean, this is good in the sense that the 15-minute time frame always tends to have some type of a pullback. Anyways, you have to have a little bit more patience with it. Out of all of the time frames, this one moves a little bit janky, but when it moves, with the other time frames, then it's pretty nice. Um, yeah, we have confluence here, like a double confluence here on the 5 minutes, so that's nice to see. Okay, so then here, just kind of walking you through, like, this is my thought process. Time is going to pass us by anyways. And then all of these are my babies. I say that every time I get to IWM, but IWM is still where kind of like my sweet spot. So IWM has really been proving strong, like why we want to, wait until we're above this level or below this level and be able to pivot. I think we've seen that so strongly over the past 3 days where it's like you do not want to go in with bias. When we're below that level, we could be up here, and when we fall below that, sub below level and the alerts fire, baby, get in, get your stuff, and respect. Like I'm such a technical girl, right? Um, and this past week, I dealt with a lot of the 4 hour alerts too. When those happen again, we're going to eat. We are going to eat steak. Like I used to, one of the discords I was in, he would say Fridays we eat steak. It wasn't Mondays, but he would say, something along those lines. And yeah, when those 4 hours, 4 hour alerts, we're going to eat. And so, but with that being said, I got a better understanding of what it means for entry on the 4 hour puts versus the 4 hour calls, and what the confluence looks like, and where the exits are, usually the purple lines and the lower time frame. So we'll continue to master that. Okay, so with that being said, what I went on that tangent is that we can be up here, and in the next 15 minutes, the first half an hour, we can be down here. We need to be able to pivot. If it says for calls, then we prepare for calls to the upside, right? Here, this looks like a little bit of consolidation just on the backside. A little bit of buyers here. Let's just look at the daily. Usually, sometimes I feel like the daily Okay, we're right in here. So we have calls, puts, calls. So we can be trying to build a case for upside, but this is consolidation right here. Do not try to force anything with this one. I feel like these ones are giving us better setups. That can always change. And I've been learning to, for myself, how to articulate that to you guys. But these right now are giving better, higher probability setups than IWM, and that can change. And we need to be prepared for that to change, right? So I'm just gonna close this up a little bit because I always like to see where the sell below, buy above levels are. Right now we are in this kind of like no-go zone here. Let's just see what's happening on the 1 out. Yeah, it looks like we're kind of bearish. We're below the VWAP. We had some sell-off post in pre-market. We're below the fast EMAs. This is going to be a bounce level. We also have shorts. So if we have people that were um, bullish and they're upside, they're probably going to get a little bit of pain right here. And they're going to try to decide how long they want to continue to hold. But most people are going to have their stop losses for bullish momentum here. Those people that are wanting to retest this long level that we hit yesterday. Now, we did touch it twice yesterday. Let me just, and then I'm going to take a little break, like a 2 or 3 minute break. Okay, yeah, so in terms of on the 1 hour, we just tapped it one time. So we might have some people that are waiting for that retest. We are bullish here. I'm looking at this. We are, um, even on Fridays, like even my computer is like, babe, I'm trying to chill. What are you doing? So, yeah, but we are below this VWAP here. We're below the fast EMAs. Um, and then, so, we can have people that are going to try to, what is it? I can't forget diamond hand and hold through this like their stop losses. But people who have a hard stop loss here, if we build a case below here, we're going to have more downside. These 200 moving averages are pretty strong in and of themselves, especially on the 1 hour. And it looks like we also have another strong, I'm just waiting for my mouse to catch up. Okay, let me check my pad because usually when it does that, I don't feel anything on there. It's just acting up. Okay, Um, this level right here, previous week low, is also a strong level. We've been engaging with the weekly levels for a while, um, and so it's just almost the same like previous day high, previous day low. It's just at a higher time frame, so you're gonna have way more people waiting to buy off of this level right here. Um, if we kind of like break below here, with the shorts for the stop loss for shorts, then we can have a little even more downside. And then people here are going to start to exit their trades and then have more downside. So you just have to be prepared for both with a little bit of like a little bit of bouncing in between here. Remembering that for Friday, I've seen this over and over and over. Fridays they like to get their bread and be out, and we need to learn from the institutions to do the same thing too. 30 minute, I'm just eyeballing it. We're below, in between the 200 EMAs here, below VWAP, and we have bearish momentum to the downside. Let's just look at the 15 minute real quick. Okay, and all of the three, I can make this a little bit smaller. Is this as small as it can be? It's trying to be all that it can be in the audio. Okay, so here again on the fifth on the IWM, we see pre-market we have set up for the downside. Let's see what that means when market opens in the next few minutes. If they're gonna try to hit these levels, okay, and then 5 minutes. think let's leave this on the and here. I just want to see something. Okay, okay. So yeah, is it on the 15 minute? Let's just leave it on the 15 minute it open. I want to see how it satisfies those levels. So we are done. You can mark off pre-market analysis, key levels marked. News at 5:30 was non-farms and unemployment rate. And I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Bruno! Bruno! Okay. Let me check to make sure you guys are still connected. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh. So it says lost connection to your screen share. Try sharing your screen again. Alright, so that's set. I'm just going to turn on some stuff here. Okay. I'm going to put, because yesterday when I'm up, I love putting my balances on the monthly. I had a nice recovery from from Wednesday's loss. Okay. Let's just double check what's happening here on the 1 hour because I want to make sure I am feeling bearish and I might jump in um, if I get some type of confluence for puts at open and just hold a little bit. Okay, okay, yeah. So we have a strong for the 1 hour. And then if we, like I said, if we break below here, we might have a little bit of buyers stepping in here, people trying to just push us back up. Let's look at it on the bid. We got 4 more minutes. Oh, you can see the consolidation here. I'm kind of still in a little bit of consolidation here. I mean, it's going to show up on the 4-hour too. Yeah, definitely consolidation here. We opened above VWAP here. Know about your love, got a line. I know something to know that you. I need all of you. I'm gonna probably try for some puts. Um, let's check on the 3-minute at open. In the next 30 seconds, let's just kind of see if we're trying to build a little bit more momentum to upside here. Let's see what's happening here. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be looking for puts. Um, okay, let's see what happens. I just want to see where the candle opens. I get a good idea. And it is okay. Yeah. We opened up higher here. Could probably wait for this. We could wait for the 3-minute confirmation for cross to the downside on puts before getting in, and that can take the first 5 minutes. Oh look, 5-minute formed as well. I didn't quite realize, but we already hit 100% um, pre-market. So I feel like that kind of invalidates. Whereas 15-minute, I feel like once they satisfy or do whatever they want to do, um, we see this all the time. That's why I always tell you guys take profit at the 30% level too. Um, and so we can see that happening here. Let's just be cautious. I think I'm gonna try to hold for till we get to here on puts. That will be one trade, and then I'm just gonna cool my jets and wait for other setups. But I'm kind of anticipating, in terms of probabilities, I feel like it's a good setup. Uh, I'm gonna move this up just a little bit, but I still like to keep my sell book thing. So then here I just like to see for my. Oh, are you up that far? Okay, there we are. I just want to keep an eye on where this is. And just preparing myself. I'm not going to be chasing anything. Open interest looks pretty good on the 289 puts. So where we are in the 1 hour. I don't like how that. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. I don't know why I was taking a little bit longer to. And I'm going to be looking for puts that open on IWM. Do that. See if it lets me fill. It filled. And then the only thing I don't like is I can't do market orders. So, and I'm out. Um, yeah, I'm out. So, yeah, we just hit 100%. There we go. Yeah, baby. All right. I think for me, are we going to be done for today? I think for me, I need to be done for today. I got my daily bread. I got it in the first, like, so I'm done by 6:31. And um, I think what I need to try to figure out is like, do I want to put myself in chasing energy? I think I need to be okay with just, um, what did I, write down my ending balance. I'm done for today. I'm gonna put a big 6:31 and done. And yeah, I'm just gonna call it. I like that for myself. I really do. Uh, I like that on the 15 minute. If we saw this at a pre-market, we did have higher level of confluence that we could jump in and look for that 100% profit. And here we can see that, that's the thing. You don't have market levels, market option on your thing. So like just trying to jump in and out real quick. It can be very volatile. It can be jarring, especially if you're new and you're just trying to like still get in the trade and then exit the trade and stuff and not be able to get like a market order or market fill right away. So that comes with time. And then I think also like if you're used to holding for a long time, it can kind of mess you up too because then it can feel like, oh, I need to be, oh, 4 hour puts just went off. Ooh, 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 tempted to get back in, y'all. Let me see. This is where I might get messed up right here. 78. Let's see. 4 hour just went off again. Let's look and see. The reason I'm being cautious is because we already kind of hit here and here. So, and usually when the 4 hour, when that happens, let's look at the 13 minute. We have a little bit of a pullback view here for the but let's look for puts. Let's see here, 5 minutes. Let's look for a confirmation on a lower time frame. Yeah, let's wait on this 3 minute. Okay, there we go. 2 minutes. Let's just wait. All right, I'm gonna try to jump in. That's, this is the thing. You're not gonna. Oh yeah, you're not gonna get your order filled. Ooh, that's much higher than when I. Yeah, back inputs. I'm gonna try holding a little bit longer because we have the 4 hour. And one thing I learned about the 4 hour is 73. We're gonna do really well with the puts and then market order. I bought in at 73, so I don't want to be too greedy. And I just need to look for a good stop loss level. 4 hour. Let's see if we can hit this 100 mark level one more time. Bruno! Last time I got faked out. Um, let's see. Let's see what we're dealing with here. We did hit this right here. We have people, you know, we can have an aggressive buy up here. These are people that they're trying to short this. I'm going to take a small. All right, I'm going to get out on the second one there. And I'm definitely done. What I was looking for is we can have an aggressive buyback here. And I just wanted a small second move. Yeah, we retested that 100 level. So this one, just be careful. Usually when we have the first indication of 4 hour puts at open, it's going to try to test some levels. The puts, I love the 4 hour puts. I feel like they're just that much more profitable than the calls because the calls take a little bit longer to play out. But we love a 4 hour put over here, honey. Yes, we do. I'm done. 6:37 and done. And we got it up to. And I'm thankful for today. My little Bruno. Bruno! I gave him something different yesterday. I think he's having an allergic reaction. Cause let me see. Oh, yeah, I did. I gave him people food. Bruno! He is struggling, honey. So we went to low here, the low of the day. Oh, I feel bad. We're not doing that again. I'm grateful for my execution. Thank you, Lord. Alright, so we're ooh, okay, we're not that far off here. Yeah, this. I keep getting higher lows, if that makes sense. So this is a new high low. So my last high low was here, and now we're here. So just learning to and then for the 4 hour, we're just gonna look and see. I've seen it hit this low level before. Um, what it's doing is doing a VWAP gap fill. So what's going to happen is you're going to have more downside because these are people who are long, and if we start to have like lower time frames start to open below here, they're not going to diamond hand it. They're just going to start cutting their losses. So you're going to continue to see more of a drop below this level here. Okay. So that there's like first hit, second hit. So here on the 3 minute, like if people are looking for where exit, yeah, we already have a breakout to the downside here. So people who were in longs, and they start to see that we're below the VWAP, open below here, they're going to start letting go of their stuff. 5 minute, 5 minute candle open below. So, and then this is a major buy-in level right here too. So, see what it does with this right here. So we got buyers stepping in off the previous week low, but they're failing. Bears are still in control. Ooh, look at how we're tailing through that. When I tell you I love me a 4 hour, this one is yeah. When I tell you your girl loves a 4 hour indicator, let me record for he's sitting pretty. We're sitting so pretty. Bruno! Bruno, babe! Okay. Good morning. So it is Friday. I finished my last trade at, let me look at my notes here, 6:37. Um, when I tell you your girl loves a 4 hour, like put or 4 hour call with my indicator, I decided to jump in at open. But I've seen this before, kind of talked you guys through it on YouTube, and we've already hit 200%. We're just looking to see what happens with the previous week low. It's Friday. I already got my money. Took 2 trades and I'm out. I'm done for today. All right. Have a great weekend. Bye. Ooh, does that show up on there? Oh, I'm grateful. Good morning. So it is Friday. I'm always going to do Sparkle. I'm just working on my social media, y'all. Long time for you, girl. Hey, I finished. It'll be fun when we have more people. And everything happens in due time, right? Everything happens in due time. So the right people will come. Okay, 6:45. So here we're starting to like what was that 6:45 for? Let me just check because I be having some weird and then I don't remember. So Let me see what that was for. But usually 6:55, we start to look at the 1 hour candles to see. I think when it comes to like fair value gaps where we're gonna open. Oh yeah, so here we go. 4 hour, 1 hour. Here's the EMA. I just didn't think we would go down that far, to be honest. That's just me. Especially once we hit this VWAP right here. But yeah, so whenever we get the 4 hour put, it's gonna try to go to the 1 hour EMA. I've seen it touch the 50-minute EMA. I just didn't. I didn't listen. I wasn't gonna try to hold through all of that. Not on Friday. Mm-mm. But yes. And so then, that being said, um, this is gonna be your next stop loss right here. Your next take profit. Either stay low. You're gonna have buyers waiting for you here. This is a pretty strong buy-in level right here too. But 4 hour, they're deciding to rip through that, honey. Yeah, y'all are gonna eat today because if you're a little bit conservative, you can wait for a setup here on QQQ or SPY. Um, I'm pretty sure, like, if we had a 4 hour, you know what I can do? I just don't like. We can do a 4 hour. Like, I don't have put alerts for these two. I just usually all of my alerts are for IWM. But if we put a 4 hour alert for buying QQQ, y'all, you. There we go. We got that bounce off of the 1 hour. Um, have a little, more downside, and then might have more buyers try to step in here. Ooh! When I tell you I love this for me, I love this for me. And I feel like I just have to learn to be confident with me because people will say don't trade the first 5 minutes, but if you know what you're looking for, and I'm learning to trust how my stuff is set up, then we can take a trade like this one. I mean, even if you waited for the 5 minute, let's see what's happening here. Oop, you're already on the 5 minute, babe. This one went on the 5 minute. So this one, let's just see here. 5 minute wouldn't have really given you setup. Let's see if the 3 minute would have. Neither would have the 3 minute, right? So you're gonna have. Okay, you could wait for the. Okay, so we just crossed over the 15-minute threshold, right? I expect a little bit of pullback here. This is the first 15-minute candle. We have people that like to wait for that first 15 minute. So we could have a little bit of a test right here. A little bit of bias stepping in here. Damn, 100%. Oh, look at this. Oops, sorry. Carried away. Look at this. And I'm grateful, grateful for today. What a great way to end the weekend. Oh, come on, don't do that to me. You're doing screen record and you have like all your personal stuff on there, and you're like, ooh, don't record that. Don't record that, honey. Look at that. We're at 300%, y'all. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Gee. And you know, it's funny because like I'm trying to still stay like what you call grounded because to me this is just money was made, right? And I was thinking about putting a smiley face or like a happy face here and talking about what it's a great way to end the weekend, but it's just your mind changes so much when you, but I'm aware that this could mean losses for some people, you know, that you know, like it's red. What do you mean you're happy? You know, this is where you average in. This is where you dollar cost average. By the dip. You have a little bit of attempt of buyer stepping in here, trying to turn this into support. Just a very tiny little, teeny tiny little bit. Um, and I'm grateful, grateful for today. That these colors are not they're not showing up very well on my screen here. Uh, there we go. I'm telling you, we love a 4 hour. Um, 4 hour trader. Oh, I got somebody like that. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm so grateful. I'm so thankful. Thank you, Lord. Yeah, we got those buyers stepping in right here. I told you they was waiting for you. You had some people that are trying to diamond hand to what should be a stop loss. Oh no, this is another stop loss. These people, they done checked out, honey. They gone. They're not trying to diamond hand through that. So what you want to look for here, I'm gonna give away some of my sauce. I'm gonna give away some of my sauce. Ooh, we got bounce off of the second 200 EMA to the T. We have a fair value gap here. Oh yeah, well we'll look and see. We opened below, would have been from here to here. Um, I always expect a pullback at 7, so I feel like we're going to retest, but we're going to definitely open below this VWAP. The biggest thing to look for is if we're going to open below this previous week low and decide if we're going to want more downside. Um, yeah, which is you're going to kind of get trapped right here because you're going to have previous day low people trying to get their 1-to-1 and go to the upside and hit the sellers that are trying to go to the downside here. And then you're going to have people that are going to try to get early entry and possibly try to take it to the upside because it's the previous week low and they're trying to get in for calls for Monday, right, to get into position for next week. So I would say your safest bets are going to still be QQQ and SPY right here. It probably looks the same over here on on the 5 minute. Oh, there we go. We got another put entry on yeah, we're gonna go down. We're gonna go down some more on IWM. We had a nasty pull up here. I know that would have been frustrating as hell, especially for how high it went up. That would have been frustrating. But yeah, we have more downside here on IWM. We're gonna have candle close below here. We're definitely gonna have more downside here. If this candle, if you're conservative, you want to wait for like the 3 minute close below here. Oh, there we go. We just had a candle open below. Oh, this is gonna be. We have more downside on IWM, guys. Oh, come on, come on. I, I'm not even touching my laptop right now. It's not letting me be great. Come on, stop it! I haven't been touching my laptop. It's lagging. Less is hard. Baby, I'm not gonna replace you no time soon. You're my boo. We've been like if and it's time for me to replace my laptop, y'all. I mean I tell you I'm gonna cry. Like I do get attached to my technical stuff. I'm going to bawl. I'm gonna keep it in my office somewhere. Because we've been through some things. Okay, so yeah, we have that first candle close here below this here. We have more downside on IWM. And based on the 4 hour above, the 4 hour time frame, you can hold, I feel like comfortably. But I was trying to, let's look at the 15 minute and kind of give you a better idea of what's happening here too. Oh yeah, we're at 300%. Usually what will happen at 300%, we're about to have a candle close below here. We might have a retest and see if we're going to open, retest this previous day low. And then people who are really into previous day low, shorts are gonna jump in here. But yeah, that 4 hour, honey. Let me. When I tell you I prefer the puts over calls, I'm not the only one. Let me look and see how much my contract would have been worth if I had held. Because my next thing is now that I got confirmation, like a little bit more confirmation how it works. Oh my goodness. That's I can't even. I don't have. Oh, it's because I'm trying to grow my account right now. I'm trying to grow my small account, and I don't want no foolishness on Friday. I didn't. But if I had held my, ooh, yes. Okay, candle closes or 1 hour candle closes in 1 minute. You can see what's happening on that 30 minute. We did have bounces off of the 100 or the 200 moving average on the 1 hour. Mm. Ooh, we opened below both of the 200s too. Damn. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so you guys remember on QQQ, I said that I wanted to see what was going to happen on the 15-minute with this blue line, and so sure enough, this is confirmation that if this happens pre-market on QQQ, that's part of the reason we didn't see anything on the lower three on the five, is that they girl. Not even. I said the 100. They went all the way down to this level. I don't know what this level is from before. Well, let's delete it. But yeah, so they definitely paid out for the 15-minute pre-market. Babe, when I tell you we finna eat. Let me check what this level is here. So this right here, previous week low. So we have opened below previous week low. We didn't have no type of buyers here. They didn't got no kind of confidence. They're like, no. So we have opened below previous week low, and sellers are going to step in here. You're going to have more downside on QQQ. Baby. Oh my God. Okay, so then 30. This is me. I'm always going to be waiting for a retrace. Oh, you know where they're going for right here. This is the thing I missed yesterday. 4 hour put, they're going to go for this short right here. They're going to go for this. And I'm feeling FOMO-ish. I need to update my notes. Because, girl, okay, the 4 hour, anytime we have like 4 hour puts at open, they're going to try to go for this level right here. Yes, that's where they're going for. Your girl have forgotten. Let me check something here. We have retest the previous week low. They heard me talking smack. They're like, no, the buyers are here. We're just trying to wait for confirmation to the upside. Da, da. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have a little bit of strength and buys right here. I always like to see what we're reacting off of. Um, on the 1 out, we are due for a pullback, but I want to just see because there's always something. So we have a pretty normal balance off of this 200. I always feel like there's something though. There's always something. Like there's always little clues, right, of what did they touch or see where they were just like hard stop buy off of this level. Ooh, y'all almost filled this gap right here. You just have a little bit more to go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me mark this. I feel like they're gonna try to fill this gap right here. I want to see if they're gonna bottom. So this is bottom of gap. I feel like they're gonna try to fill it today. They're like, listen, oh, you're gonna get more downside. You're gonna get more momentum on the 4 hour. 4 hour is breaking out again. Ooh, ooh. You're gonna have you yeah. Okay, and then TP level is right here. Yeah, you're gonna 15 minute. You're gonna have more downside here. All right, let's look at the 5 minute. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. They hit their 300%. So that's normal. I've said that before. Anytime you have a 300% level hit with my indicator, they're going to start taking some profit. This is healthy. Okay, now they're just going to try to decide for more downside. We opened above here. Um, oh my gosh. Um, we're failing to buy above this previous week low. Over here. Anytime it's the top of the hour, I always expect some. I mean, yeah, I used to feel like get really messed up on those, and then I feel like I gave up too much. Like if I jumped in at 57 or something, because we're clearly, in a direction, and then 7 o'clock comes, and I'm like, I don't want to hold during the drawdown. This is a terrible late entry and stuff. But yeah, we're bearish here. It might come back and touch like this VWAP right here. Might have sellers step back in here. Um, this is beautiful in terms of how it's playing out so beautifully. Yeah, if it can hold below this right here, then you got more downside on QQQ. Mm. Let's see, you get 4 hours also breaking out to the downside. Oh yeah, I was like, they're not gonna hit that gap. Let me mark it off. They trying to hit this gap, y'all. They're tired of this gap. They're like, let's just rip the band-aid off. And like, we need to deal with this now. This is a healthy pullback. Okay. Mm, let's see if this candle stays. If it opens below this sell below level, then ooh, your girl might jump back into some puts and hold until here. But let's just see what it does in the next. So it's 7:08. Um, even if you wait for the 3 hour, I mean 3 hour, the 3 minute. I be trying to. This is the thing about recording, right? Because all these thoughts are going through my mind, but trying to trade and then talk through what I'm seeing at the same time. It's a lot, but yeah, if we wait for the 3 minute to give us confirmation, so let's just let this reset, and then when we see the order for puts again, then we can try to hold until we get to here and here. Okay, so it has to go through a little bit of a reset here, and the 3 minute is going to be like the best indicator of wait for more downside. We had candle close below here. 15 minute, anytime I see this, like the three candles up, we have buyers stuck in here. This is a healthy pullback. We hit the 300%. I don't know if you saw that, but we have sellers, more sellers stuck in right here after previously low. Buyers trying to fight it. If we have a candle close above here, we might have a little bit more upside. Same thing too, we have buyers here off of this previous week low. SPY has faithfully went to not only TP1 but TP2, TP3. Oh, it's just a half day at work for me today, but I'm sleepy. I need to work on my energy. I really do. I'm gonna be more proactive about it because this is not. I don't like it. All right, so Friday, I'm gonna start filling in my monthly calendar. So we're gonna put in what my balance is on my monthly. I just like to see it when I'm in the green, not when I'm in the red, but I need to start doing that too. And then I need to put, I only took 2 trades. Good girl. Took 2 trades. I'm gonna put that I was done by 6:37. And then I'm gonna put how much I made for today. I did good for the month, like for the quarter, and pretty good for the month, considering we're only what 4 days into the month. But I think it does it over the span of the last 30 days. So then here for the week, your girl did good too. So here, oh yeah, I actually did really good. And this is why tracking is so important. Like, there we go. We got sellers stepping in off that off this fast CMA. That's good. That's very good in terms of like a setup. You might see IWM do the same thing too. Might come up to here and VWAP and not. It might not even give him that. And start to sell off here. I would say, did we get some type of up? I'd say if the 3 minute closes below here, you can start to look for some below here. Because what got me is I would see something for puts in here. So I'm just getting better at like eyeballing. I'm excited because I feel like I did have a strong loss, but I recovered it. And I think that the other thing too is just trying to have those types of mistakes like fewer and farther between, or those decisions fewer and farther between. Um, I noticed like in terms of impulsivity too, like taking a trade off of like another whatever. It's like I've gotten so much better at that, right? So it's still weird. It's little head on Wednesday, but I'm getting better at doing things that are kind of impulsive, like, oh, I think it's gonna do this because this over here, and it's like, no, trade what's in front of you. You're a technical girl, and trade what is in front of you. Okay. And I'm grateful, grateful for today. Tuesday gave back some of my profit too, um, and then Wednesday just threw away more. But we're gonna get better at that. Oh yeah, and then I've been putting 4 hours. So I've been putting what helps us eat steak. So Wednesday we had the 4 hour, Thursday we had the 4 hour, and today Friday we have the 4 hour. I'm gonna put a heart on there too. Yeah. I think part of what got me on Wednesday too is that when um, I didn't close my laptop down at the 1 hour mark. Um, I think Wednesdays, every Fridays need to be like that too. This is so, y'all, like, I'm so proud of myself. Like, I know that the 4 hour went off. I would have liked to see us continue to stay down here, but I would have jumped in and been like, but it's 4 hours. We're supposed to be dropping. Yes, that's fine, but you still have to have somewhere where institutions can buy in off of. So, like, here you see this, the sellers step in. What is this? um, 4 hour. This is a great area to take puts, right? So look at how the seller stepped in here, and then also people who had their stop losses here, they're trying to hold on. You know, if they're still holding on. As soon as it came here, we had selling pressure. So I know that has to be kind of like messing with people that are holding for long off of that level. Um, and then here, let's see, we have the previous day high, previous day low. People that are trying to buy in off of this level, getting rejected off of this VWAP right here. We have sellers stepping in right here, nasty work. And you're also going to have another fight for your life here for previous week low. Spy is just such a baby, like so sweet. Like she's just gently moving and building out her case, um, rejecting off of this. I used to joke, well, like when I used to trade Spy, I was like, when I tell you Spy loves her VWAP, she gotta touch her VWAP at least once a day, at least. And so here she's just like, I love you. I'll be back. I'll never let go. And she really won't. Like, so she's gonna deal with this, and then we're gonna decide what to do with that level. But I noticed that with Spy. She gotta touch VWAP at least once a day. Faithful. She's faithful. I know a lot of people are gonna like to trade Spy. A lot of people like to trade Spy. Um, QQQ is just, you know, erratic, exciting. IWM is a combination of both. It can be here, gone tomorrow, but it is consistent in terms of how it deals with levels too. The candles are getting smaller. They're trying to push above this VWAP right here. Mm, I would say, because I'm not going to be on the phone on the Zoom very much longer. I would say if we let me take myself off. I did not know that. I thought I think if I do this, yeah, that's what it is. If I do that, then you guys can still hear me. Okay, okay. Girl, that scared me. I was like, oh, this time I've been recording and I'm not on stage. Um, we have the 4 hour on our side. If price comes back down here and you see the setup, take it, and we're gonna try to hit this level right here. Um, we have a gap that's full of orders to the upside here. So I would say we're in this torculator zone here on IWM. Me personally, I don't like to really take, in terms of probabilities, it's not the highest probabilities. Yesterday, we had this setup for calls happen in here, and it was a nice strong move, and I know people could have made um, you know, profit off of that level, but I just really want to kind of stick to my own way of doing things. And so, and just my risk tolerance too. Like if I've already taken a couple trades, I'm already in profit. Um, a higher probability trade is going to be up here or here is my thought process, but I can acknowledge that it was moving to the upside here. And then when it came to this level and the 4 hour alert went off, then it's like, okay, boom. But right now you're kind of in a a no trade zone. Um, I call it the torculator zone. Um, we're approaching an hour of market open. Fridays, markets like to get in and out quickly. Over here on QQQ, we have just a slight little, touch, a little bit of sellers off of VWAP. Nothing too strong or wild or volatile. Here we go. We got sellers stepping in off of previous week low. And I take that. Boom. We did open above the VWAP here on SPY. Um, and that's important, like whether it's a 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, whatever. We did open above VWAP. So just a pullback here. Probably gonna have buyers stepping off of here. It is frustrating. I have been noticing lately, like you will have this open above VWAP for the most part. Kind of want to hold through that. I feel like there's new players in like how things used to move, and that's okay. I feel like um, that's the best way I can explain it. Like I remember when open above VWAP used to stand for something, and now we have people that are key players that will wait for that buy above VWAP and they short it. And so you see here, and I've been noticing that. I've seen y'all, I see y'all. Beautiful rejection here off of VWAP. This is where they were waiting for kind of like a retest to the downside. Let me delete this. We don't need this here anymore, but we've proven our point. Try to restart my computer over the weekend. This happens on Fridays, so it kind of lags a little bit. So yeah, beautiful rejection here. I don't know that the previous week low people got enough profit per se off of that move. Um, but this would have probably been like a take profit level for them. So, but yeah, we had sellers step back in here. And so the same thing that's playing out with QQQ, we can expect that. With previous week low, we had sellers stepping in here. They're going to fight to come back down here, have a retest of previous day low, and then previous day low, people are going to try to decide if they're going to, this is the retest for them to buy to the upside. So, and it's just risky too because I feel like if price had kind of opened a little bit closer to previous week low, and then you have buyers step in, it would have given these people more confidence to step into previous day lows. So let's just see what they do with this level. All three are going to the downside. We have rejection here, sell off here. This one, it can easily come back up, right? So in the next 44 seconds, it can, when we open above here, I'm just careful. Anytime we open above, lately above the VWAP, regardless of the time frame. Let's keep an eye on that. Okay. So remember I told you we wanted some type of crossover um, confirmation to the downside, even though it is, we're waiting for the 4 hour confirmation. I want to see this, but I also want to see us open. Like I think one of the times I got clapped, I got in like I think price opened here, but not below the sell below level. So let's just patiently wait for a sell below level here. What an amazing way to go into the weekend! Like, considering how tired I was, but I'm gonna work on my energy. I got some like healthy, super healthy food. My go-to is just kind of same way we pivot in the market, pivot in lifestyle stuff the way that we need to. So SPY is just, you know, slowly building out its case for more downside here. Beautiful. Okay. You can probably move this to the 15-minute just to see, get a better idea of what's happening on SPY. Ooh, there we go. I like this. This is prep for puts, but I think I'm gonna wait just a little bit more before I try to decide to jump back in on some puts on um, IWM. Like I said, just off of previous experience, like I just don't want to do anything unless we're like down here. And I might not even. I think what I will do is just observe because I don't want to give back any of my profit, and I feel like I'd rather just observe how it moves. And then the same way I'm telling you guys, like I don't like to take trades here and here because I've already done that. Um, I want to just observe how it treats this level right here. And then next time when it happens, because it will happen again, then I can move with a little bit more confidence. But I'm not trying to get back my profit today. Nope. I already did that on Wednesday. So here we go. Let's see if price opens in the next 11 seconds below here. Which watch it do that, and then I'm gonna be like, I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have gotten. Which, like I said, like if it opens in between here and here, yeah, I don't like it. I do like that we have the prep for the downside. I like that. Um, but I would like to see price open below here. I don't know if you can see that. It did the same exact thing before it like opens right in between here and here. Beautiful rejection. We got sellers stepping in off of those fast emails here ever so slightly. There we go. There goes the sellers. Ew. Ew. There we go. And then in the next 7 seconds, if we can open below here, then you might get let's see what happens in the next 3 seconds. Oh, we still held above that level. We still held above that, above the sell below level. Beautiful. We are gonna have a retest of this previous week low level right here. Might have buyers try to decide if this is the retest that they wanted to before they got it the upside. We have SPY slowly building its case for more downside here on the 15-minute. We have a little bit of buyers stepping in right here, attempting to turn this into support. Y'all, I'm nervous, but I think I'm gonna be looking for some puts on IWM. Ooh, we have a lot of volume on. Let me just be careful here. Okay, all right. I think I'm gonna go for you guys. Ooh, okay. It's gonna be the second candle close. Yeah, we opened below. That's what I would have been waiting for, and that's another thing too. I noticed like it will kind of do this thing right here where it's like going up, but I feel like let's try to hold because we're below the sell below level. We have the 4 hour. So right now it's trying to take us out. I've seen that happen before. Um, I have seen that happen before. Um, let's see. Mm, yeah, trying to take all my profit. Feeling some kind of way because I know I wasn't the only one that was waiting for that, and they're trying to liquidate us. And so, what's going to be important for you is to not give all your profit back. If you have to get out, get out. Um, you want to end your week green. We did open above 50% of this level right here. Ideally, we would have liked to have a little bit more downside here. Let's see what's happening. And I did say this is why I like to have a reserve. I am in puts, but we do have this fight here in this 200 here. Um, Look at this 4 hour gap. See what's happening here. We lost the 4 hour kind of like push for the downside. Let me see how am I doing on mine. I think I'm gonna exit. I'm gonna exit. There's no point in, and then yeah, I gave back all my profit for today. I did. The girl did. Oh, but that's not too bad. I mean, yeah. Um, yeah, I gave back my profit. Um, I know that that's a tricky zone, right? Because on a higher time frame, the 4 hour. Remember, I talked about how when price opens, I'm gonna show you. When price opens above the VWAP, it's kind of like a tricky zone. But I kind of knew this would, it could play out one of two ways. Um, the psychology, this is what's happening, right? And this is where we got trapped, including myself, right? We had candle close below here, so that's the first one. So we would have been waiting for a retest, right? Candle closed here, and so we would have been waiting for this retest. So this is a retest for a lot of us for us to wait for this candle to open below here. And so now it's just liquidating people. Yeah. I gotta more update my chart. Okay. And then I think also just the timing too, because in terms of mastering myself, I did have healthy profit. Um, third trade. put it. It was at 7:35. Gave back all my profit, y'all. Let's just see what's happening here. That's fair. We were due for a pullback. This is fair. Um, Here it's pretty strong. Like this matches because previous week low. There's those buyers stepping back in here, right? Let me see what was happening here that I could have avoided. Yeah, I'm glad I got out. Buyers are back in control. Um, I feel like this is what's happening right here. So this right here, bottom of gap. Oh, wait, we had a gap right here. And so we had a lot of buyers there. This is all buyers right here. And we didn't, I think not just me, but also we're trying to see if we can fill this right here, but we did not. And also what I know about the 4 hours, we're going to try to touch this, but it's about risk management. Damn it. I almost said my name. Okay, so, it's okay. I also noticed 7:35 for me is when I actually kind of like give back my profit. This is the second time where I like 7:35 I will start giving profit back. Um, let's see if the 30-minute can kind of give us an indication. Yeah, you know what? The 7:30 could have given us indication because if we had sell off and we opened here, that could have been a good indicator that we should have waited for. I would have wanted to see candle close here. So I think next time if I want to take a trade off of the 7:30 time, it's I don't ever want to limit myself. So I feel like okay, if I ever had to take a trade and I notice that 7:30 is mine. This is why journaling is so important, like including putting the times and stuff. Um, I would have gone to the 30-minute time frame, and I've done this before with the 1 hour, the 15-minute, or stuff like that. I would have wanted to see the candle open below here. We had healthy sell-off, but I would have wanted to see us maintain this level and then have more downside. But like how this candle opened high here, that's a no-go. That would have been a no-go, and it's so much more clear on here. So we'll just adapt for that. We're gonna come out leaner, leaner, greener. Um, I always try to look and see like what there's always a reason, especially when it comes to technicals. And this is why I have these time frames the way that I do, right? So on this lower time frame, it was just kind of like, this is that retest that we were waiting for. Um, and we had now, mind you, we already hit 300% here, right? And I was hoping for a retest at that level, but um, Look at the 15. Yeah, the 15-minute, anything 7:30, 7:30. Yeah, that no, let me think. So this would have been first 15-minute. We open retest the downside. Yeah, I think I would have still wanted a little bit more downside on at least on the 15-minute. I'm just not willing to hold through that drawdown. It was a terrible entry, especially when you look at no, especially when you look at the uh, yep, yep, yep. We can still be bearish. Um, let's see something here. We have 15 minutes. We'd look to see if we open below this VWAP in the 200 here. I think it'd be a little bit of a stretch to expect it to open below this 200 right here. Um, we are in bearish territory. Right now, these two are, we have the previous day low people trying to get some type of profit. If you have the people who had their stop losses here, um, come back in. This to me is kind of like a buy zone. It's like, okay, this is where we're short for. Let's try to get back in again. Uh, Not me saying, what a great way to end the weekend and I gave my profit back. Oh, that's. Let me look and see something else here too. Just gotta get better at entries. That's all it is. This is probably a clue too for entry. Oh, the open interest was there though. Um, yeah, open interest is there, baby. So all 30,000 of y'all are just holding on for dear life on those puts right now. You got 30,000 people in those puts. All I'd like to see is okay, so from now on, we're gonna start using like I feel like the 7:30. Um, we also have these in play here. I refuse to beat myself up about this, but yeah, this I just have to learn how to like, use the 30-minute a little bit better. So 7:30, I've noticed that's why when I wrote down the time, I was like, wait, 7:30 have always been whatever, right? But this 30-minute is gonna help me. This could have helped me a lot right here. Mm-hmm. Because then I would have been like, oh, I want to see us hold up below here, and I wouldn't have seen that or gotten that. We would have, continued to hold up here, and I'd have been like, no, I'm not the biggest fan. So that being said, let's look at this, right? So we would want, I know I put bottom of the gap here, but let's put this here. I would want to see price open below here. That's just me. That's okay. Um, Forget where that is in terms of the one. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. And I'm gonna change this to. I'm gonna take this off because if somebody's just watching this or comes in later, um, I don't want them to be like, "Bottom of the gap." No, but this is just for me. That makes so much sense. Oh, you know what the other thing is too? because we could have avoided this. I'm going to tell you where. So 7 o'clock, um, we came here. I would have wanted us to have some type of indication below here. When I tell you guys we're gonna come back so mean and green on the next week because yeah, I can see where I boo booed at. I absolutely can see where I boo booed at because I was talking about getting in here, which is also bouncing off of this 200 level right here. Um, but you're gonna want to wait until price can hold below this level right here, and then we look for more downside. And I did say we were waiting for this is natural. It's just that on a higher time frame. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, it's okay. We're gonna wait for price to build momentum below here, and like what I'm seeing there. And we're gonna wait for price to. Uh, so we got sellers stepping in here, sellers stepping in off of this level. That's okay. On the 5 minute, we are. Um, we're just gonna patiently wait until we get back down here. We're in a no-go zone right here. Beautiful rejection off of this like level right here. These fast EMAs. Trying to decide what to do with the VWAP if this is where they want to buy in off of. Ooh, let's see how the other ones are performing. Mmm. QQQ is going to give you a play to the downside. Eh. Take your profit there off the 100 on QQQ. Oh, that's off of the 15 minute. You might have a little bit more grace on the 5 minute. Let's see. Anticipating some buyers stepping in off of here. 15 minute tends to be a little erratic. Yeah. What am I gonna wear today? I think the other thing you can look for here is if um, we start to see the breakout again happening on the 4 hour. So the next time my alarm goes off at 6:55, I just need to mark especially if there's a breakout, what that level is, and see if we can hold below that. Um, and that's gonna help me. And then if we're at 7:30, just look at the 30 minute to see where we are. I don't like how that looks for a 9 minute. We're opening above the VWAP, the two and the 200s. Eso no bueno, no me like that. If you're both, if you're bearish. Um, I can't believe we still have like another whole hour. Well, not an hour, but like a whole 3:30. And I had all this energy. Now I'm like, oh, I don't want to go back to what I'm doing. Yo, but what's wild? And I'm not saying I used to just take trades off of this too, but there's 30,000 people in puts. Y'all just gonna hold on to these puts? And I'm inclined to agree, but um, I don't like that. I don't like that it looks like we're gonna be opening about these 200 and the VWAP. I don't like it. Sellers need to step in and when that nail goes on. I don't know. I don't know. I think what I also need to manage for myself is like today, like how I was green. Um, if it was just me trading for myself, I would be like, I would have gotten up and just go do what I need to do. But I do feel a sense of obligation to like stay. And then when I see the setup happening, I'm like, well, it looks, and so that's another component too. I think I just have to manage. Like, if I walk away from the computer, y'all need to be willing to walk away from the computers, especially on Fridays. So all of these things are just important for me to, like navigate before the people come. I've built it, and it just is what it is, right? So it was at this moment she knew. But yeah, um, and it's crazy because like the other days I'll have like four trades and I'll be green, and so it's kind of tricky because sometimes it's like you want to leverage what's happening, but at the same time, like I had a healthy, really good 3 for 3 profit win, and but I really like how um, I could see how I can make better use of the 1 hour and the 30 minute. So I feel like we're just gonna come in really super strong next on Monday. Just have to reflect on my trading. And then there was another thing I think for the 4 hour. Oh yeah, for the 4 hour, and then I'm gonna hop off. The 4 hour on this one, what we learned is that it's going to try to touch um, the 1 hour EMA. And so for me, it just seemed so far away that I was just like, oh, I'm gonna take my little profit and whatever. But it's gonna try to go to the purple EMA or a 200 EMA. I think I've also seen it engage with the 30 minute. Yeah, so this is not look good for puts at this moment. You gotta wait for price to come back down here for me to consider puts. We're in a no man's land right here. This one I'm gonna leave it on here for you guys just to see if it's gonna hit 300% level. And here, SPY is just ever so slowly. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna leave this here. If price opens below here, then you have more downside. It is ever so slowly building its case for puts to the downside here beautifully. Let me see what's happening here because I feel like I want to make sure there's something I'm looking for. I feel like these are more bearish, whereas here, yeah, we were kind of like looking at possibly calls, right? Whereas I really like how we are rejecting off of here. We have another candle close in another half an hour, another 4 minutes. I like what I'm seeing for puts on SPY. I'm just waiting for confirmation. You got 34,000 open interest for puts on SPY as well too. I'm just looking for a clean entry. Ooh, ooh. Right off of the 100. Look at that. 30, 50, 100. You can keep doing on the 1 hour, causing a ruckus. So on the 1 hour, I would want to see on this one. On this, I want to see price. I wouldn't get into anything any sooner than here. That's just me. I wouldn't want to get into anything sooner than here. That's amazing. How? And so then if you come back here, yeah, that's what I would need to wait for. Let's see here. Let's see what this looks like on 15 minutes. We're not trying to force any trades here. A little bit of consolidation in here, you can see that. Buyers stepping in off this previous week low. I would say go home, Roger. If you already have profit and you didn't take that third move. Okay, oh yeah, like how we opened high above this VWAP in the 200s. I don't like that. This is a lower probability setup for me. Um, in terms of puts, that's just that being said. There's that open above the VWAP again. which and on all high time all high, higher time frames where you're like, oh, we finally opened up here, let's go for some calls, and then boom. So let's see here. I'm just gonna see what it does here on SPY. I like that. I like that. Let's see if we can move a little bit more down here. Yeah, I like that. I'm just a little bit hesitant. I want to see moving very nicely though. I just hesitate because I would like to see it kind of break. I would say for me maybe like below here. You can have a bounce off of this level here and here, so I'm still careful with IWM. Oh, I see what's happening there. So this one, it already touched here though, but I feel like they might try to retouch this level right here. Yeah, nice open below VWAP on that smaller time frame. Oh, I see. It was like liquidating people that are in short here. Buyers stepping in off of the VWAP there. All right, I'm gonna go, you guys. Trade responsibly. I will see you back on Monday. Hopefully this is helpful to you all. All right.